Good to go. Awesome. Thank you so much. Morning, everyone, and welcome to our regular county council meeting here at Athabasca County for August 20th. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9:45. And I'll begin with the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge Athabasca County is located on First Nations Treaty 6 and Treaty 8 traditional territory. We respect and honor all First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples' connection to these lands, their history, language, and culture. At the approval of the agenda, portion 2.1, I would ask if we could add a section, I don't know what the section is, pardon me, but the ATI Act for Intergovernmental Relations in our closed session item, Pembina Zone meeting would be the topic. And what that would mean is a change to the closed session items that would become, if council approves, would become 12.4 and the existing 12.4 would become 12.5. Are there any other additions, deletions, changes? Okay. Do we have we'll go around the room actually, and we'll discuss with councilors as to what items they would like to discuss. What I know of so far are 2.1, of course, where we're at, 4.1, 7.1, 7.5, 7.7, 8.2, and all of our closed session items under 12. Go ahead, please. Oh, 10 pardon me.
10.1A.
10.1A. Thank you. And please go ahead, Councillor Caillou.
8.1, please.
8.1. Go ahead, please, Councillor Hall.
7.6.
7.6. Anyone else? Okay, I'll run through these again. 2.1, 4.1, 7.1, 7.5, 7.6, 7.7, 8.1, 8.2, 10.1A as in Adam, and all of our closed session items under item 12, under 12.1, and if we choose to, 12.5. Okay, through 12.1 through 12.5. All right. So if we're ready for a motion, go ahead, please. Councillor Chamsick would like to approve the agenda as amended. If we're ready for that, all those in favor? And I see no opposed. Thank you. And I did not mention at the beginning of the meeting, Councillor DeHollick and Councillor Kampitanic do give their regrets. So we're at 7:00. All right. We do have a delegation at 11 a.m. So we're going to move over to item 7.1, which is on page 27 of your agenda package. And this is the declaration of agricultural disaster. And I believe we have the agricultural manager, Mr. Ryan Hercule, here with us. Would you like to weigh in on the administrative report?
Yeah, you bet. At our July 22nd ASB meeting, we were still under pretty heavy rainfall and wet ground conditions. So we've been checking out all areas of the county, and the combination of wet spring, delaying seeding and having heavy damage to infrastructure, delaying field work and shipping grain and stuff like that. On our meeting on the 22nd, the board made the decision to recommend to council to declare a state of agricultural disaster due to excessive moisture. So.
Thank you very much. Is there discussion or a motion?
Yeah, having the opportunity to attend, oh my God, good Lord, the West Region Chairperson meeting, it helped solidify my decision a little bit further, and I'd be willing to move the recommended motion.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Chamsick. Councillor Hall.
So RMA has put out a document with providing some guidelines for declaring an agricultural disaster, so that to give councils the opportunity to gather information over time and make data-based decisions, and so that it's not just reactionary. And I guess I'm feeling like because there is no impact of us doing this, it is only advocacy. It has no financial impact. No influence on the province. I feel like it's something we should put off until we've seen more data on what are the thresholds for when we would declare a disaster. We don't know what areas of the county are affected. There are some really terrible wet crops. There are some that are looking really good. So I don't feel like we have enough information in terms of the number of acres affected, the number of crops affected. And I don't see any information in here from AFSC, which we know monitors agricultural crops, hay across the province for their insurance programs. And they should be able to give us some indications of 50% of the county is in trouble, 20% of the county is in trouble. But I feel strongly that, we should look at the questions that are on page 7 of the guide and work through that, including does the municipality have data to support this? And the total rainfall is one data point, but it's how many acres and how much of the county. And so I think putting it off till we have a little bit more time does no harm. And it avoids us being in the situation like the boy who cried wolf, where we're just reacting. I think it's important to do when we have good data to defend it, so we can be regular and consistent in how we apply what we consider a disaster.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Meadmans. And then Councillor Chisholm.
Yeah, I don't, there's some good points in that, getting data and stuff like that, but I think with our neighbors alongside of us and everything like that, I know with the emergency disasters and stuff like that, if the more you band together and collaborate together on moving things forward like this, I think it just enhances the possibly the government of Alberta to look at it a little bit stronger than sitting back waiting for someone to run around and check what crop went where and all this stuff. I know driving across Alberta for the last month back and forth, there is some definite areas that are disasters, and even going out west of Athabasca here right now, we got a lot of the cereal crops don't seem to be too bad because they love moisture. Canola crops, some of them look like they're just about a complete write-off. So hayland is some hayland is good because they got it off dry, and some hay is black. So it's like we just declare a disaster and then the numbers will start coming in. So I have no problem with declaring this disaster. Great job.
Thank you, Councillor Chisholm, and then Councillor Chamsey.
Just, the weather is kind of nice right now, so we're all optimistic about haying, like grain and feed, and most of us farmers have been affected by what's Mother Nature has brought us. So like to get everything seeded for feed, I'm looking at myself and my neighbors. I mean, getting feed crops in was vitally impossible till we rented different equipment. We did different things to try to get things seeded. So out of the 400 or 500 acres that we normally seed, we only got 200 seeded, which is normal for all of my neighbors. So it hasn't gotten in. We got ours in late, so we're not going to be able to silage. So that affects our feed. Sure, hay, right now, the weather has been nice. We have been cutting and raking, but the quality of the feed is not there. It's old. And some of that feed, that hayland, that's a little like we can't get in. In the future, maybe we can silage that if the weather is better. So it's a big crisis. And the thing is with us as a county not doing it, well, then we don't advocate for it. So if there's provincial funding that comes down the pipe for agriculture, we're not going to support it. That doesn't help us in the end to help our producers out there. And in the end, if we can't feed our livestock and then we have to sell, at least with the declaration, we won't get taxed on it as well. So I am, of course, in favor of that.
That's
Thank you.
not true.
Counselor Chamzik and then Counselor Hall, please.
At our chair's meeting, egg disaster declaration was one of our hot topics along that table. And my personal belief very much fits with, you know, I feel it's important to be able to give an agricultural voice and have that collaborative regional voice as well. And in my opinion, and I'm not an expert, and I'm not going to claim to be, there's definitely some areas that are deeply affected and it will affect our farmers.
Thank you very much. Counselor Hall.
So just to clarify, so that we're not spreading misinformation, RMA tells us that a common misperception is that a municipal declaration of an ag disaster will influence provincial declaration or access to funding supports. The fact is, it does not influence the province or funding. It does not influence your taxes. Only a provincial one does. And the province does it through gathering information. I think it's important that we advocate and that we do this work, but that we make the decision based on data that says some threshold of the county, because we're not making decisions based on our own farm. We're making decisions based on Athabasca County. And one farm may have it tough, a dozen farms may have it tough, one area may have it tough, but we need to figure out what's the right thing for the county. And so on that, I'll say what our neighbors do is completely irrelevant. Our job, by gathering data and keeping it, by presenting data and talking about it, advocacy is not dependent on the declaration. We can talk about the problems that are happening. And in fact, bringing data in where we talk about what percentages of the crops and forage are in trouble, I think will do more good than a one-off motion to declare a disaster that like, this is something we should save so that when we do it, it's not just, oh, they're Athabasca County, they got a disaster every year. You know, learning from last year, we declared a disaster and the next morning in the coffee shop had farmers telling me, what were you doing that for? And 2 days later it dried up or got wet and things got better. So we can still advocate, we can still do that. But I would really like us to see more data coming through so that I know what's the threshold of how much of the county's in trouble, so that we can do this with credibility and based on data that's relevant to Athabasca County.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Stasiak.
Thank you, through the chair. I agree wholeheartedly with that. I agree with the data proposal as well. However, this is a little bit late in the game because some of this stuff is going to surpass the trigger point of insurances and such. And I was at the meeting, at the chairman meeting as well, and that was discussed very thoroughly. Now, the data portion of it, if that would have been started in, say, July or something like that, when the crops were failing back then, that would have been extremely valuable to us. But at this point, I believe that it would do more harm to stop and wait for the data than to move forward on this and learn from it. Next year, maybe we can start a little earlier for this, because I understand totally, and even what Councillor Chisholm has said, that the quality is bad. So by the time we wait for this data to enter and for us to review it, it's going to be far beyond the insurance claims, and it has nothing to do with the
Very
government.
disappointed.
I was actually going to, the point of information was called, I'm assuming with regards to insurance claims.
Yeah, specifically that this has no impact on your insurance, none. So it would
In fact, it does.
in fact, it doesn't. Municipal declarations of disaster do not impact your insurance. AFSC does that through the province.
And that's something I would like to actually get confirmation on, because I'm hearing the exact same thing as what Councillor Stasiak has mentioned, that insurance is extremely important to our farmers and that there is a deadline coming up for that. And it is helpful for their claim to have that information. And I will also mention in several areas in my division, the hay is also a very high concern because of the lack of quality. And we're seeing what we should normally be seeing now is a second cut. And we're just actually starting to see a first cut. And that's even, it's sad to see, there's a lot of grass, there's a lot of alfalfa, there's a lot of, hay, but there's no quality in it. And that's really going to impact us later down the line. So, is administration able to weigh in at all about insurance and how it does, what we're hearing? Does it impact the, benefit, the person who's putting in a claim that there is a disaster declared?
Yeah, I'll look into that and get some concrete information from AFSC. It's on my list of calls to make after this meeting, so.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, please, Counselor Chisholm.
Back to the benefits of farmers and producers out there. For personal taxes, if we had to sell our cow-calf herd, we wouldn't get taxed for the sale if there was an agricultural disaster, and that's confirmed. I confirmed it last year with Alberta beef producers and a bunch of other organizations, and that is a benefit with the declaration in case we have to sell.
And I appreciate that because you are not the only cow-calf producer in the county. Go ahead, please, Counselor Chamzak.
Yeah, the conversation of loan deferrals on cattle calf pairs and stuff, were definitely on the table for that discussion.
So we have, if I may, our agricultural service board had this discussion. It was quite apparently thorough in the discussion. And so when they recommend that coming forward to council, as well as administration has recommended that county council declares an agricultural disaster in Athabasca County, and the fact that our main job is advocacy. And for me, if there is no harm, of course, in declaring, because apparently, as Councillor Hall mentioned, the province isn't going to jump to the pump with immediate emergency funding. However, I also understand that it does influence the province in knowing what areas are having a difficult time, and it does influence some of their decisions that they are making. So it may not influence funding, but I think it does influence how they look at things. So I think, do we have any further conversation? Okay, so do we have a person who would like? Councillor Chamzak did? Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Chamzak would like to move that county council declares an agricultural disaster in Athabasca County. If we're ready for that vote, all those in favor? And opposed? Thank you, 6-1. All right, so we are moving on to item 7.5, the capital design budget process, page 39 of your agenda package. And it comes with a recommendation, of course, from administration that council approves the implementation of the capital design budget process plan. Thank you so very much. For projects exceeding $150,000, and that council allocates funds for 2026 as a transitional year, with funds for the pre-design coming from the general operating reserve, with future years pre-designed funds built into the normal budgeting process. We've just been handed a presentation package, and I think I should turn the floor over to Director Daly, please.
Thank you, Madam Reeve. So yeah, we brought a presentation so we can kind of highlight the RFD, and this might make it a little bit more clear for council. So if I may, I'll just go through the presentation. Thank you. So basically, this is kind of a new procedure that we want to implement as part of the budget process. So the purpose is basically, purpose of the report is to provide background on our current process, provide justification for the new proposed capital design budget process plan, provide the advantages and disadvantages of each process, and then seek approval for a structural policy framework that authorizes the advanced funding for design for capital projects. So in the normal process for most capital budgets, the normal municipal budget process for capital approval spans 4 to 8 months. So typically running when we start our budget process, and then it runs till we get our budget final approval, probably in early spring. It integrates multi-year capital plans with annual budget adoption. So basically, it aligns infrastructure projects like roads, facilities, equipment with strategic priorities and available funding sources before final council authorization. So generally, we get late fall, early winter approval of the capital budget. Sometimes we just approve interim before Christmas, and then it could be like January or February before we approve the final budget. So compressed timelines, designing after winter budget approval delays construction tenders until late spring. Peak market pricing, tendering in May, June means that we could possibly be paying a premium for busy contractors. And then we're budgeting on less refined estimates. Council approves millions based on eye-level placeholders rather than actual designs. So when the budget is originally approved, we usually just got estimates. We don't really have the final numbers, so we're approving based on those estimates, not like an engineered design report, et cetera. So justification for early design approval. Optimize project timelines. So basically it shifts from a reactive winter design schedule to a proactive fall engineering, ensuring construction can begin immediately in the spring. It maximizes cost efficiency, secure highly accurate shovel-ready cost estimates before the final budget vote, and lock in lower contractor pricing through early winter tendering. It boosts grant competitiveness, so position the municipality, position the county to successfully win federal and provincial infrastructure grants that require completed project design. So kind of like shovel ready, when the government announces, like they might announce shovel ready projects and you might have only a couple of weeks to apply. So this gives us the kind of a step up on it. And then authorize immediate funding, secure council's approval to release existing allocated reserve funds to start the design process ahead of the main budget adoption. So under the traditional capital process, the pros, a single vote. Council approves the entire project scope and budget at one time. Administrative comfort, follows the familiar established calendar cycle. Some cons or disadvantages, rushed engineering, forces consultants to design under tight spring deadlines. Missed seasons, so it could potentially delay construction starts, risking winter carryovers. And cost uncertainty, council votes on rough Class D cost estimates, so we don't have like true engineered designs. Compare this to the early design approach, pros, so advantages. Shovel-ready status positions the municipality to win unexpected senior government grants. Winter design advantage, engineering occurs when consultants have the most availability. January tendering secures bottom dollar pricing from contractors hungry for spring work. So we get our tenders out there when contractors are basically looking for work rather than they just trying to fit us in. And then exact costing. Council approves construction budgets backed by real engineering data. Disadvantages, perceived commitment. This process could be or can be perceived as a full project commitment before the final budget vote. And cash flow shift requires releasing design funds a few months ahead of schedule. So then the next slide is just kind of a head-to-head comparison, traditional versus early design. So under the first column, strategic metric, cost certainty. Under the traditional, it's low, so it's basically a placeholder. Whereas with the early design, we have high cost certainty, we have engineered numbers. Tender timing. Under the optional process, late spring, where there's peak prices, whereas with the early design, winter, where we have best market rates. And then grant competitiveness, under traditional, it's poor. We only have like the concepts. We just have kind of the ideas there. Whereas with early design, we have the excellent chance, whereas we have shovel-ready products ready to go. And then project delivery risks, it's high with the traditional, where we have potential delays trying to get contractors. And under the early design, it's low with immediate spring start. And then the last slide is just a recommendation, which you also see in your RFD, that council approves the implementation of the capital design budget process plan for projects exceeding 150,000. And then the second portion of that, or second recommendation, the council allocates funds for 2026 as a transitional year with funds for the pre-design coming from the general operating reserve with future years pre-designed built into the normal budgeting process. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Go ahead, please, CAO.
Madam Reeve, if I could just comment, I want to strongly support these recommendations because this is really about, and it's been explained very well by Director Dowling, it's debottlenecking the process. And if you don't have those designs ahead, you're bumping up against trying to design, trying to tender, and then that spills into our short construction season. And this year is a perfect example. You need to be trying to be constructing these projects as early as possible to have an opportunity to get them completed. So this debottlenecks the process and streamlines it, gives council better information. We're prepared for shovel-ready projects. That funding does come along every so often, et cetera. So I've been involved in implementing this process in other communities, and it's really helped and got a lot better pricing. So there's tremendous upside to debottlenecking the process in this manner, which has been recommended by Director Dowling.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Councillor Hall, and then Councillor Chamzik.
Thank you for the presentation and the clarity and even the way you've laid it out. From my perspective, it's great to see a proposal that finally codifies this. I know, we had members at this table repeatedly pushing for this type of idea in the last term, and to see it formalized is really nice. And so I would be happy to move the recommended motions that we approve the implementation of the design budget process plan. I think having shovel-ready projects on the shelf at all times waiting, I appreciate that it provides budget certainty for us and also allows us to go after better pricing and more certainty. And I think will help us to avoid these situations where we have carryover projects that don't get done in 1 year and get carried to the next. And then, a lot of the benefit of the grant gets gobbled up through inflation. And so I would congratulate admin on such a well put together proposal, and be happy to move the motion.
Thank you. So for clarity, when you would like to move the motion, do you want it as one or do you want?
Well, I'll
the
move it as
split?
a single motion, and if
Single
someone
motion,
wants to
okay.
split it, they
Thank
can.
you.
There's no point making things more difficult.
Thank you, Councillor Chamzik.
Yeah, when I looked at this, the things, all I see is positives. Words like shovel ready always get my heart going, but it looks like great strategic planning, being mindful of, adjusting for inflation and all of those things. But even just bringing that level of budget awareness around this table just helps solidify my decisions a little bit further. Thank you. Great job.
Thank you so much. Anyone else? No, I echo exactly the sentiments here everyone has made. This is fantastic to see. These are types of improvements really keep us going in a very positive direction, and I really appreciate the work that's gone into it and looking forward to seeing the results of it. So thank you so very much. All right, I think we're ready for the motion. Councillor Hall would like to move that council approves the implementation of the capital design budget process plan for projects exceeding $150,000, and further that council allocates funds for 2026 as a transitional year, with funds for the pre-design coming from the general operating reserve, with future years pre-design funds built into the normal budgeting process. If we're ready for the vote, all those in favor? And I don't see any opposed. Thank you very much. Well done. Thank you so much. All right. As we're moving along here, we are coming up now to 7.6, which is the financial variance report, page 41 of your agenda package. Councillor Hall, would you like to start?
Thank you. I had 2 questions for Director Daly through the chair. So thank you for this. Can you confirm that the county has received funds for the Water for Life grant from the Water for Life grant on the water line construction? Like, are those funds in our hands and account now?
Madam Reeve, Councillor Hall, we only have received so far funds for the design phase. There is no funds received for the actual construction phase yet.
Okay, and that's helpful just as we're looking at our balances to know that some of that money is not really reserve that we've saved. It's grant money sitting there. That's sort of trust money that we're holding. The other question I had was on the council strategic priorities, we've got an investment strategy to be presented to council, and just wondered if you can confirm we're on track to receive that in September.
Madam Reeve, Councillor, so the investment strategy was actually, when we talked about that, it was investment, I believe, I could be wrong, but investment options, like to try and diversify some of our money, especially when we get I'll say the tax influx at July 31st. So we looked at the policy, and I mean, we can distribute some money into different like GICs or whatever within, I think it's MGA 250. But if I can still bring, so we can either do that, administration has the authority to do that through the policy, or if we want to bring forward and say going to outside, even diverse some funds that's not strictly with our own bank, if that's the strategy. Or do you, or I guess just some clarity from council. Do you want to see like, okay, we'll go with like, say a 1, 3, 5 year GICs? Or because currently when we looked it up, administration, that is already written in the policy, but I can bring forward like what we plan to do as a strategy. So just so I'm clear, like you want a kind of a strategy or kind of like what we plan to do. Thank you.
So at the January or whenever we did the strategic priorities, one of the operational initiatives from the finance department was to bring options on an investment strategy for September. And I wouldn't presume to tell you what that strategy should look like. I would be more interested in hearing from administration on how we can, in a safe and responsible way, look after the funds that are entrusted to us. And when I look at our operating funds and investment funds, I guess I want to be assured that we're making the most of that money when our operating account never drops below, it looks like about $20 million. To me, that I want to know that leaving it in checking is the best choice for those funds. And, or whether some of that should be locked in different ways or secured differently, whether the bank we use is the only bank or whether we should be, in your opinion, tendering some, larger, longer term deposits to CIBC or Scotia or somewhere else. So it's really about what's the assurance that we're doing all we should do to maximize the revenue generated from those dollars, and without crippling or tying the hands of administration operationally.
Okay, thank you, CAO Benedetto.
If I could just offer a couple comments and, it might help focus that discussion. And first of all, I can assure you that Director Dowley and the discussion at your leadership team meetings, we've looked at this issue of cash flow, and certainly administration is endeavoring to, let's cut to the chase, maximize our return on investment within an acceptable level of risk. So normally a policy from council, you would set your risk tolerance. And obviously you can't go outside of the legislation. It's controlled by the MGA largely. That would quite often focus on a level of risk that you would be prepared to have considered in us looking at different instruments. The process of looking at bank balances and making sure that we are getting good returns, et cetera. That's an administrative function. And I absolutely understand council asking, because you do want to know that we're maximizing the return on investments within acceptable lists. I totally appreciate everything that's been said and the reasons have been said. But usually those policies are more around level of risk, et cetera, versus the mechanics of how you manage the cash flow. I'll be quite candid, that process of managing the cash flow is an administrative responsibility. And yes, we need to show, and it's easy for you to tell because you can ask us how we're doing in balances and what the return on investments have been over the course of a year. So lots of valid points, but I would say that more of those policies are more aimed at the level of risk tolerance that's acceptable to you. And then we operate within that framework to maximize the return on investments.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Do we have any other comments, concerns with regards to financial? Awesome. Director Dowling, thank you again. And Mr. Lackey, thank you again. And we really appreciate, and I will say it over and over, I love the overview that you provide for us. That makes it so much easier for us to really have a look at things and well done. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Being we don't have any action on this, do we want to have a motion to receive this information? Okay, Deputy Reeve Mins would like to receive the July 31st, 2026 summary operating and capital financial variance report and investment summary as information. We're ready for the vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Awesome, 7-0, thank you. We still have some time here before our delegation at 11. So we're going to move to 7.7, which is the council timesheets and expenses. That is on page 54 of your agenda package. And if I may, I'm going to just kind of, as a carryover from the previous meeting, and it's with regards to some concerns that were brought forward with if we're all following the same script of the policy and our expense claims, particularly around mileage. And so I'd like to just, I should have at that time, when I had mentioned county business, explained a little bit more of what county business means as far as the definition is concerned. So I'll do that now so that we have an understanding that we are all following the same policy and following it to the letter. So the definition for council business refers to the activities conducted by council in keeping with the provisions of the Municipal Government Act. Examples of council business include, but is not limited to, attendance at council and committee meetings, municipally sanctioned events, meetings with the CAO, meetings with constituents, which in this case would be such as open houses and those types of things. It's not a single one-on-one meeting with a resident. It's more of an open house situation, and community relations. Further to that, when we move over to page page 8 of our remuneration policy, 2009, Schedule A specifies travel elected officials from place of residence for purposes of conducting, and in capital letters, county business, which then of course refers back to the definition as per this policy, as well as policy 2135. So we do have some more information, of course, on page 5 of our 2009 policy. And that particular item under travel, there is item I and item II, that elected officials may claim mileage for their place of residence to all internal and external board and committee meetings, training, conferences and conventions, and seminars. Elected officials may not claim mileage for meetings with residents, road and or other inspections, and for purposes of researching operational issues within county boundaries. The Reeve and Deputy Reeve shall be permitted to claim mileage for agenda reviews, check signings, document signings, and expense claim authorizations. So this was kind of an overview and a bit more of a deeper explanation from the definition as well as Schedule B. And II is use of personal vehicles for conducting county business shall be paid as per Athabasca County Policy 2135. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone was aware that our expense claims, we take great care in completing them, and that we often refer back to our policy to make sure that we are within the parameters of our policy. And I feel very comfortable that I'm seeing that. So with that, does anybody have any conversation they would like to bring forth with regards to our timesheets in this particular package that's running from page 54 to 64? Okay. I'm seeing everybody was very looking into their mileage, of course, because we do have a cap at 5,000 kilometers before the CRI rate changes. So thank you everybody for looking into that as well. I do have just one quick concern because of the policy that we have here on page 58 and 59. Councillor Hall, some of these items are actually eligible, and just wondering if the wording is a bit misleading, maybe to be, you're mentioning not eligible, would it be more of you'd prefer not to charge for those? It's just the wording is a little bit misleading.
On that, we will disagree.
I'm sorry?
On that point, I think we will agree to disagree. I do not consider those items eligible based on my reading of the policy.
Okay, well, I think our policy is quite clear, so I just would like to mention that the wording is misleading, and would prefer to see that change. So with that, anybody else have any? Go ahead, please, Councillor Chamsick.
Are you looking for a motion to receive as information?
Yes, please. Thank you.
It should be a motion to approve them.
A motion to approve, thank you. Friendly
Motion to
amendment,
approve.
yes, thank you. If we're ready for that vote, all those in favor? And I'm opposed. Thank you very much. All right, going on to item 8.1. The community event calendars. Believe it's on page 66 of your agenda package, and Councillor Callahan.
Hello, I just have three additions actually to the August calendar, event calendar. So on the 22nd, after sundown, there's going to be a lantern lighting down at Riverside. Everyone's welcome. It's in remembrance for loved ones. You can light a lantern or two. They're biodegradable. They're water earth friendly, I assure you. Light up the river. It'll be beautiful. Please come down and join us. Now the annual Athabasca Jet Boat Association has rebooked the poker rally. Now that our weather's getting nicer, for the 29th of August, and the following day, the Sunday, the 30th, will be the Jet Boat Rodeo down at Riverside starting at noon. If you go to the Athabasca Jet Boat Association Facebook page, all the information's there for if you want to register in town, if you just want to come see the rodeo. Mingo's Way will be at everything, so hope to see you guys there too.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, what was the date again for the lantern?
This Saturday, the 22nd,
The
yes,
22nd.
after sundown.
Awesome, thank you. Anybody else? Go ahead, please, Councillor Chanzik.
And just as noted, we missed the Wildberry Festival on the 15th of August. I just thought that should be noted. And then you're more well versed than I am for trail cleanup, so I'll
The which?
trail cleanup.
Yes, and it will also be on our council meeting. Meeting calendar. But the trail cleanup for the Athabasca Lighting Trail through the Trans-Canada Trail Spring Care Grant, which is now summer, but due to the rain, we have been delayed a few times. So that is happening on Sunday. The Collinton Hamlet is where we will be concentrating. There'll be mowing and weed whacking and all of those things to bring everything back into a really nice shape. And hopefully to extend that into our 150th anniversary as well. That we will be celebrating hopefully soon with regards to the Athabasca Lighting Trail from 1867 when it was originally officially surveyed. So yes, we so far we've had a call out come out. We've got 6 volunteers so far, which is great to see and great to hear that people are coming out and helping out. And we're seeing more and more excitement with the trail as it continues to be worked on and maintained. And one particular post that I shared from a group of very lovely ladies on their amazing horses coming through portion of the trail has really gained a lot of traction and a lot of questions as to where people can, put their trailers down and start on the trail and whatnot. So I'm really pleased to see the interest is picking up on the trail, and it's pretty exciting news. So yes, again, thank you for that. Put in that plug always on the trail for the Sunday, 23rd, 11 to 1. There will also be lunch provided. PPE will be provided for anybody who would like to come down and give us a hand. Awesome. Anybody else? Go ahead, please, Deputy Reedmans.
Got one here for the 22nd of August, which is Saturday, in conjunction with Bales and Cows and Fish. What they're calling it is a tansy toss down at the county beach, which will, with the summer villages and that, also are getting involved with Round Baptiste Lake just to enhance the county beach area, and that's the beginning of it. So it'd be great to see people come out to it and start looking at the county beach a little bit there.
So that's awesome. So we're actually able to go in and pull the tansy?
Yeah.
Okay,
That-
and mainly because you cannot spray tansy close to the water bodies. We find that same issue along the creek in our hamlets and whatnot, and everybody's asking, why can we not get rid of that tansy? We cannot spray that tansy. It has to be pulled. And I really appreciate the fact that this is an opportunity. I'm going to be making it up to that as well.
That'll be from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Rain or shine.
There you go. Awesome. Please go ahead.
I just want to make a note that the community barbecue on August 28th begins at 11 a.m., not 11:30.
Awesome. 11 a.m. Perfect. Thank you. Do we have anybody else? Go ahead, please, Counselor Stasiak.
Thank you. Just a quick reminder, there's an town hall meeting tonight in Redwater with the data center group. I don't know if I'm going to try and make it. I'm just curious. I want to learn more about data centers and in the event that they end up in our municipality. But I just heard it on the radio, so I'm not really sure of the time or anything like that. I'm going to research it yet today.
I did send an email out
Oh.
on that for people to register for it. I believe the Sturgeon County one is full. And because it is in person, so the next option would
It's the
be,
Zoom.
yeah, is
Okay.
August 27th.
Yeah, it's just for information anyway. I just thought I'd mention it in case somebody had, just to remind them.
Yeah.
So that was by registration only then?
Yep, you have to register for those. The registration is closed for
Yeah,
that one.
okay, so
However, there is one in Grand Prairie, but the registration is open for that, but it's also open for the virtual town hall. That's on the 27th.
Okay, got it.
You're welcome. And I just have one more. It's not on particular, it's going to jump into October. But we have received an invite to the Crooked Creek Conservancy Society for their 30th anniversary that will happen at the train station, October 15th from 6 to 8. And I believe I sent an email to give you an update on that one as well. So that's a pretty exciting time when you have a 30th anniversary for a society. All right, I think if we're ready to go, Deputy Mins.
Just wondering on that, just quickly, a registration for that town hall. Zoom, what time is that at?
6 to 7.
6 to 7, okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
We're good. Okay, do we have a motion to receive the calendars as amended? Counselor Chisholm would like to receive these community event calendars as amended. For all those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. All right, so that was 7 and 0. We're moving now on to 8.2, the council meeting calendars, page 68 and 69 of your agenda package. Go ahead, please. We have Counselor Chamzik, Counselor Chisholm.
We have a meeting August 31st for the county library. And then CARES conference from the 2nd to the 4th of September. And I will be attending.
CARES conference, waste management, and that's 2nd to the 4th? Where's it located? Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
And I believe the library meeting's at 6 p.m. this time.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Is there anyone else attending the CARES? Just yourself? Okay. Okay. Okay, Counselor Chisholm.
Tomorrow we have the Rural Women's Conference Committee meeting. And it's at 10 o'clock here at the county office.
Rural Women's. Okay, and that's at 10, no, sorry, 10 a.m.
At 10 a.m. yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Anybody else? Okay, on August 22nd, you already mentioned the Caring for Places, so that's great. We mentioned the, since we were all invited to that, I've added it to the meeting calendar, as well as the ALTSC trail cleanup. I've added to the calendar on 23rd from 11 to 1. I do have the data center town hall at 6 p.m. on the 27th, as I have registered for that. The county community barbecue, of course, was mentioned already, but we've all been invited. I'll be giving opening greetings for that at 11. I was also invited with a +1 to the Town of Athabasca Council Appreciation Dinner, where they provide appreciation to all the volunteer groups and their fire team and their counselors. That's at 5:30 to 8:30 that I will be attending that. I noticed on the 10th, the county council meeting was listed here at 7:30 a.m. and I'm not going to be here at 7:30 a.m. If we can update that to 9:30 a.m., that would be fantastic. And I think that's all I have so far for meetings. Anyone else? Okay, if we could get a motion to, Counselor Callahan would like to put the motion forward to receive the council meeting calendars as amended. All those in favor? Do we have any opposed? Perfect, 7-0. Awesome. We're flying right through this. We have Miss Chamzik. Counselor Chamzik would like to give a report, 10.1A on the Agricultural Service Board.
We had a meeting with the Northwest Regional Chairperson meeting for Agricultural Service Board on August 13th. Co-chair Ken Stasiak and myself and agricultural fieldman also attended. It was great discussion points on Club Root, Agricultural Pest Act, Alberta Weed Control Act, and administration penalties and agricultural declarations. When it comes to Club Root and Egg Pest Act, a review is coming. We're not sure when. It was a great feedback, discussions, robust conversations of possible deregulations. Some of the highlighted concerns pertain to municipal burden, increased spread, no enforcement ability, where some of the highlighted concerns, along with loss of funding, rights of entry, impacts on data loss, were main conversations, but still unsure when that review is coming. The Alberta Weed Act, interesting discussion points with other municipalities about possible bylaw enhancements, possibly having peace officers or enforcement officers to help with weed inspecting privileges. But this is still in draft form. As for the egg disaster, we had great conversations about egg disasters, every aspect from infrastructure needs, bans, what should it trigger, and forgiveness. Should it trigger funding for infrastructure, culverts, roads? This was an excellent meeting from a worldly opinions and information. I'm not sure if Mr. Member Stasiak would have anything to add, but I just thought it was a great meeting to highlight and the importance of the egg work.
Fantastic. Thank you. Counselor Stacey.
Not much to add, but extensive discussion and good discussion, mostly for the purpose of perhaps a resolution at the ASB conference is what the kind of focus was here, is to gather all this information so that administration there could put together a resolution and bring it forward in the fall, winter, I guess it would be. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Anyone else? Awesome. Perfect. Thank you very much for your report. I don't think we have any action items out of that one. Awesome. We do have some time here, of course, before our 11 a.m. delegation. So if we have a motion to go into close, we'll just keep ticking. Okay. Yes, we will definitely do that. So a convenience break. Motion, Counselor Callahan would like to move that we go into closed session. We're ready for that. All those in favor? Yep, you're good. I don't see any opposed. Thank you. Appreciate that. Awesome, thank you. I believe we are at item 4.1. We've just come out of close for a few minutes to welcome our delegates. We're just preparing the presentation to come up on screen for all those in the public. Good morning. Good morning. It's so good to see you as well, Miss Glenda Farndon. It's a pleasure to have you here and to provide this annual update as well. I'm not sure if you are familiar with some of our new council members, so we will do a roundtable of introductions for you if we may. And I'll start over here on my far left.
Good morning, Lucille Chisholm. I'm out of the Boyle, Elscott, Caslin area.
Kelly Chamsick, Grassland, Atmore, Prospect areas.
Rob Mins, Division 8, Baptiste Lake Island Lake area. Nice seeing you again.
Ken Stasiak, Division 1 down in the Rochester area.
Good morning, Cody Callahoo. I was elected in the Division 9 area, which covers the part north of the Athabasca River.
Fantastic. And as we know, Councillor Hall well, and he's just stepped out for a moment. Councillor DeHollick is also new to us for this term. He gives his regrets today. Unfortunately, could not be here. He's from the Wandering River area in Division 6. And I believe you also know Councillor Kapitanic. Unfortunately, she gives her regrets, not able to be here as well. I think you have met Mr. Jordan Schenkelberg. Yes, our communications coordinator. We have Miss Leah Blair, who is our recording secretary. And we have a new face to you as well. And maybe not, I'm not sure, but this is our interim CAO, Mr. Benedetto. And of course, behind you, we have Cole with our press. There we go. So I'm glad to have you here. Welcome. It's nice to see you again. And I believe you have a presentation, which for us is on our agenda package, page 14 to 26. And I will turn the floor over to you. And if you wouldn't mind using your microphone so those at home can hear you as well. And
Okay.
Please go ahead. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. I recognize Paul, I think from a few other places that we've been when he was interim. So nice to see you again. So, as I said before, it is always a pleasure to come and see you each year, bring you your annual update, continue to work very closely with each one of you, and very happy to meet all of you as a new council. So first and foremost, STARS is here today because of partnership. Our partnership stands for saving lives, saving families, and saving futures. So currently on the financial side of things, it continues to increase. You know, the fuel costs are rising, all the medical supplies, everything that's associated with a mission is increasing. So as the mission rate increases, so does everything else. We are currently at $38.4 million per year to run 3 bases in Alberta, Calgary, Edmonton, and Grand Prairie that serves the northern region. So otherwise equates to $12.8 million per base. We do continue to have block funding from Alberta government as well for $15.6 million per year, which represents 41% of our direct operational costs, which leaves 59% to be fundraised each year, which equates to $22.8 million a year for fundraising. It is not an easy task. On the pie chart there, 76% represents aviation and clinical related costs. 6% for our Emergency Link Center in Calgary, which is a dispatch center, as well as base operations and administration costs at 18%. Now, we are continuing to do our due diligence in this area as CRA allows up to 35% for administration costs for charitable organizations. So at 18%, we feel that we are continuing to do our due diligence. This will show you a 5-year overview, of a 5.5 year up to July 31st of this year for missions that have occurred within Athabasca County boundaries. So overall, you would average about 21 missions per year. You can see that we cover a large range of area. This is a little bit different because we've changed our system now so that we can further hone in on exact location and the communities that are the nearest communities to where we landed. So when you see on the map on the left-hand side, those blue dots represent all the different areas throughout your county where we have landed during this time frame. So far, 7 missions per year this year, but of course, also statistics reflect that a lot of your missions occurred during the winter months, so this is still yet to come. Our AH-145, we have 10 new helicopters in the complete fleet that serves Western Canada. We are now 6 bases across 3 provinces in Western Canada. And of course, 80% of our call volume continues to be the #1 response is for cardiac, followed by vehicle incident, other medical, which would include stroke, as well as trauma. So 80% of everything we do is highly critical every day. The only time that we would respond when it is not a critical situation would be if there were access issues in order to reach the patient. We are recognized worldwide as a leader in innovation. So let's have a look at some of the highly specialized medical equipment on board. This is brand new this year. And again, STARS is the first to be able to have this on board, the video bronchoscope. So it helps to, it's a very flexible tubing with a light and a camera on the end, very thin and maneuverable. It helps to visualize and diagnose all kinds of lung conditions, or also to assist in removing a foreign object or clearing any blockage, or even to help to cauterize bleeding areas. The iStat handheld blood analyzer. With only 2 drops of blood, we can access the most vital blood results in just less than 2 minutes for hemoglobin, electrolytes, as well as blood gases. So these are all vital components when we are trying to do pain management for severe trauma patients. The Hamilton T1 ventilator is the same as what you would find in the hospital intensive care units, but it is compact for medical transport. It is fully functional and also accommodates all sizes of patients, adult, pediatric, even neonatal. The video laryngoscope is another piece of equipment, provides us a clear view for intubation. So this is especially important for our crews when they are dealing with difficult airways, such as a crushed or burn victim. So then this allows them to see clearly where they need to intubate. Oh, excuse me. The EZ-IO drill. Now that is just a small little handheld drill used only in time-critical situations when we must have immediate IV access. So it allows us to drill into a shoulder bone or a thigh bone and have immediate IV access. The Lucas chest compression system, also used in cardiac arrest. This can provide consistent chest compressions at a fixed rate. This is very important, especially for offering benefits not only to the patient, but to our crew members, especially when they're dealing with a cardiac patient in difficult transport situations. We also, I have presented before that STARS is borderless. Our helicopters and all our crew members cross all borders across Western Canada. Last year, we did had to respond with 2 helicopters to the Bow Glacier's Fall incident near Banff. This was the most challenging triage situation at scene, with multiple patients spread across very vast areas. So we used an allied approach of approximately 100 different chain of survival partners, all bringing different skill sets to this tragedy. It was essential in the fact of using 2 helicopters. 2 of our STARS crew, our STARS transport physician also went on scene and stayed for the complete duration until all patients were removed. He was at the scene to triage all the different critical situations of the patients. The final result was 13 patients rescued. The Commission on Accreditation of Medical Transport Systems. This is a very highly sought after accreditation worldwide. STARS has been accredited for 28 years now. They can conduct audits of fixed wing, rotary wing, and ground ambulance worldwide. It is voluntary in order to participate in this highly regarded process. It sets the highest standards of patient care and patient safety as well. And we are very proud to continue to have had this special accreditation for 28 years. And of course, STARS is also recognized around the globe for world-class patient critical care, aviation, and engineering as well. Our very own Ben Jameson, originally apprentice maintenance engineer, he won gold at the Canada National 2025 competition and is now going to be representing Team Canada next month at the World Skills Competition in Shanghai. He has an unwavering commitment to operational excellence, and since this was put in place on my presentation, he has now passed all his exams as well and is a full-fledged STARS engineer. So we wish him luck next month in Shanghai. Now we'll have a look at the municipal side of things. We are currently now 95% of the entire province is in partnership, which includes yourselves, and 85% are regional leaders, meaning that they are giving at the above the $2 per capita minimum that we request. These show you those that have come on board now, not quite at the $2 per capita mark, but they are partners. And so that's a very important aspect in this united effort. That represents everyone that is a regional leader, including Athabasca County. So over and above, the regional leader status is from anywhere from $2 per capita up to over $110 per capita and everything in between. So something to be really proud of as we move forward and really unite the province. Teal green now shows you our provincial leaders that are represented on the helicopter, having reached more than $500,000 or $1 million in cumulative support. This year, we welcomed 3 more provincial leaders. Special areas, Mountain View County, as well as Foothills County, so are all now represented on the helicopter as well. And in the red outline, 27 complete regional partnerships, meaning every town and village that lies with each one of these within their boundaries, every town and village is also a supporter. So we continue to work, and we'll be looking forward to working with town of Athabasca. I'll be meeting with them next month, and then looking forward to meeting with Boyle as well. And hopefully in the fall, we're going to be sending some letters for minimal recognition and participation in order to be recognized as a municipal leader with the summer villages. So I'm working with them, hopefully to either speak at their convention this year, and if not, then next year for sure. So we were continuing to make sure that we unite the entire province together. And in closing, I would like to say thank you again, Athabasca County, for being one of our regional leaders. You are currently at a $15,000 per year fixed rate of support on standing motion, meaning that we are a line item in your budget each year. This way, we are not forgotten, and we are continuing to be, it's sustainable funding for STARS and our mission. The benefits to your residents is that we provide physical as well as virtual response. This is an enhancement for your hospitals in your area at Boyle and at Athabasca, being able to, if we are on another mission or maybe it's weather inhibited, that we cannot come physically, but does not mean that we cannot provide critical care virtually. So our transport physicians can connect with your physicians. They can show them actually just like FaceTime on a secure link, the condition of the patient, what's going on, and we can provide procedural guidance as well virtually. So this is a great advancement in healthcare for the rural areas of being able to provide critical care in two different aspects. We are 24/7, so your residents have access to STARS 24/7, round the clock, anywhere they may travel across Western Canada where we have the 6 bases. That is unmatched as far as having that opportunity, and always remembering, because of partnership, at no cost to the patient. There is nothing greater than that. And we thank you for your support.
Thank you very much. It's always great to see you, and it's always great to receive these updates and and hear about the improvements that are being made. And it's continual. And every time you come, there's something new. So thank you all for the incredible work you do across Western Canada that really enhances and makes rural living a lot better. So thank you so very much. Does anybody, Councillor Chamzak has a question.
Good morning.
Yes.
I would like to say, as a resident and fire department member, I feel STARS is completely invaluable service in many ways, from prompt responses, patient to ambulatory transfers, but also to the firefighting community. In the past year, two departments embedded in the county have received training on landing zones and safety from your STARS representative. STARS is also embedded in our community in different ways. From our local grocery store, North Corridor Co-op, fundraised over $1,800 this year to contribute back. Two of those people that were able to, one of them were able to issue the check were from Boyle Fire Rescue. And having those two members having the opportunity to go to the base and for the check presentation was invaluable as well, because they got to see the inner workings and the training facilities at that level.
Yes.
I'm very proud that Athabasca County contributes towards STARS, and I thank you very much for coming up.
Thank you. I would like to add on to that, that if there's ever a time when you as a council will be together at a meeting, either in Grand Prairie or in Edmonton, if you're coming for other meetings, please let me know as soon as you can. And I'd be more than happy to have a base tour for each one of you to be there and really see up front what we're all about.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
That's fantastic. Does anybody else have any? Go ahead, please, Councillor Hall.
I want to thank you for coming out again. And I think, you continually remind us that STARS is more than an evacuation route. It's about bringing expertise to the patient into our area that we don't necessarily have access to here all the time. So I appreciate your commitment to the STARS program, because I know, through our conversations about how many years you've been with them and the passion, expertise you bring. Can you share with us what you think the impact would be of a helipad, both in Boyle and Athabasca at the hospitals? Because those municipalities are looking at that. What would that do to critical interfacility transfers?
Well, I appreciate you asking that question, because helipads in this day and age are essential to anywhere that has a rural hospital. As you look forward, you are planting the seed and planting a legacy for your community for future generations by being able to have direct access. You know, there's so many advantages, not only to the patient because of less patient movements. We've had, I'm working with quite a few different communities that are getting their helipads or putting up, you know, 5 or 10-year plan in place. And we've just finalized in the past few years, a few communities that now have their helipad. The statistics show that without a doubt, like, we can better serve your communities and your area. We do not require other resources. There have been times, not only here, but in other areas too, where we all know that ground ambulance is very taxed and they are not always available. So many times we are waiting at the airport to get to a trauma patient, and we can't because there is no ground ambulance to come get us. So, you know, that's one factor that really is important that we need to alleviate. The other side of the coin is the fact that with a helipad co-located at your hospitals, we no longer have to tax your other resources. The ground ambulance and the fire department can be available for other calls that come in because it's not required, because it is a designated area for us to land. And then also being able to reach that patient that much further, cutting out some of the charter call time for transfers from the airport and transfer of the patient from ground to us and then back and forth, you know, each time. Like, you're really talking about a lot of very valuable, precious time in a critical situation. So it goes without saying, now is the time to have that opportunity. And I know that in the past 20 years that I've been with STARS now, I've worked with many different councils that have now realized and have their helipad, right? And those councils consistently continue, even if they're not on council anymore. Those councils are the ones that are recognized and celebrated because they had the vision and saw and put something in place that saves lives every day. So it's a positive investment in your community to continue to look and advance for that and be celebrated years beyond your tenure, that you were the ones that had the foresight for future generations.
Thank you.
Appreciate you coming. You know, after hearing the presentation for a number of years, I always find that there's something new that I learn, and I value that. So thanks for sharing that expertise with us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And as you mentioned, you know, ground ambulance is extremely vital. It's extremely important, especially when we're in a situation where we have an airport here that's not very far from, of course, from our main health center here. And so I know it's a little ways out and whatnot, but we're still working on that advocacy with the province for ground ambulance because it is so vital. And until we have, you know, that piece to have, we need to be able to have those ambulances available. So that is
Absolutely.
something there that is extremely vital, and we continue to advocate for that as well. So it's a difficult situation for our healthcare in this province right now, and I'd imagine with other provinces are experiencing much the same. So we really appreciate all the efforts, the information, and all of the work that STARS does, you know, to keep our healthcare where better than it was how many years ago. So we continue to see those advancements, and we really appreciate you being here,
Thank you.
discussing it with us, providing the information. Just look around one more time in case anyone else has anything else that they would like to bring forward. And I think everybody's just as happy as we are to hear, you know, our public as well, that hear this, and it is live streamed, it is recorded, so people will be able to have that look and understand a little more of what's going on with STARS. So we really appreciate that.
Well, thank you.
Oh.
I'm looking forward to further conversations with the town as well and with Boyle as well on how we can advance and really have, you know, for your entire region, have very timely access to critical care.
Thank you so much. And I believe Councillor Stasiak has.
Thank you. Just a point of clarification here. Is it equally as common that the chopper would meet an ambulance at a scene, or in a rural location as opposed to at a hospital. Like once that, in order for that patient to get to the hospital, he's already in an ambulance. So do you normally wait for the ambulance to meet you there, or do you just land wherever the ambulance happens to be?
Okay, well, that would be like in a rendezvous situation, which does happen occasionally. There's several different aspects, like we are involved in scene calls where normally STARS would be the first on scene, and then we might turn the ground ambulance around if it is critical. We will wait for ground ambulance if it is not critical, and ground ambulance will take that patient because we need to be available for critical care. So if there is an rendezvous situation, usually at a scene, the patient's not already always loaded into ground ambulance. Usually we might arrive first. It just depends, you know, and your area is served by 2 STARS bases, both Edmonton and Grand Prairie. So depending, you have access to 2 STARS bases that a lot of other municipalities do not. In other rendezvous situations, if the ground ambulance has reached the patient first, and they realize it is critical, but they may start to head towards the nearest hospital with that patient. And then we would rendezvous at that hospital's helipad and get the patient. So sometimes the patient won't even go into the hospital. We will just do the rendezvous like a scoop and go kind of thing. Other times, it's called Newton's Cradle, where if there's a situation and that patient is coming from, say, a neighboring municipality to the Athabasca Hospital because it is the nearest hospital, then we can again rendezvous at, and not so much here since you don't have a helipad, but if you did have a helipad, this would change everything for a larger scope of your area. This happens a lot in the central and southern parts where there is no helipad. The ground ambulance is bringing the patient to the nearest hospital that has a helipad while we are coming from Edmonton or Grand Prairie to that hospital so we can still get that patient. So a lot of times it's just a rendezvous at hospitals that have a helipad. So a lot of different situations there. We're also a key aspect for search and rescue. We have a memorandum of understanding with our CMP that we can be the first one out the door while they're putting together search and rescue teams. So there's a lot of different aspects. And then again, when we're doing critical transfers from current hospitals that have critical patients that need to get to tertiary care, once again, we're alleviating a lot of time in the chart of call and the time that patient is out of hospital by having a helipad.
Awesome. Thank you very much. And I don't know if anybody else has anything further. And we can't go away without congratulating Mr. Ben Jameson as well for all of his efforts and his success that he is seeing, and best of luck to him as
Thank
well
you.
in his next competition. That is going to be fantastic. We look forward to hearing how he does.
Thank you.
Awesome.
That'll
Thank
be at the
you.
next one, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely.
I
Coming
brought you a
fast.
brand new 2027 calendar.
Oh, wonderful.
so- And one for your fire department as well,
Oh, that's
and the
fantastic.
latest newsletter.
Oh, thank you so very much for that. That's
So I'll-
amazing. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
And I think, folks, if we can take a, 3 or 4 minute recess so we can say goodbye, that would be fantastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Going to close.
We have a motion now to go into closed session from Deputy Reeve Mins. And if we can, we'll need to vote over here. He'll come back. So for that vote to go into closed, all those in favor? And I don't see any opposed. That would be 6-0. Are we live? Awesome, thank you. We've come out of closed session with three motions to put forward. 12.2, Deputy Reeve Mins would like to move that council direct administration to proceed with stage 1 of the path forward for the Athabasca West Waterline. If we're ready for the vote, all those in favor? And I see no opposed, that's 7-0. The second motion, Deputy Reeve Mins would like to move that council direct administration to pay the 1,751,000 from a combination of county's reserves and the Canada Community Building Fund, with exact amounts to be determined as the project progresses. If they're ready for the vote, all those in favor? Thank you. I see no opposed. 7-0. And the third motion for this item, Councillor Hall would like to move that council direct administration to release the administrative report to the public agenda. If we're all good with that, we're ready for the vote. All those in favor? And we see no opposed. Thank you. 7-0. All right. We did a little bit of shuffling, of course, which will reflect in the public agenda in the order of which we did the closed session items. So 12.3, Councillor Chisholm would like to move that council direct administration to compile information on Starlink and the impact to the LGFF funding, Starlink costs and the impact to LGFF funding formula in relation to the population component. If we're ready for that, all those in favor? And I see no opposed, 7-0. And the last motion for 12.4 at this time is that Councillor Callahoo would like to move that council directs administration to proceed as discussed in closed session. If we're ready for the vote, all those in favor? And I see no opposed. Thank you very much. We still have one more item to discuss, which we will need to go back into closed, but Deputy Reeve Mins would like to move that we go into closed session. If we're ready for the vote, all those in favor? And opposed? 1, 6 and 1. We're back in closed session. Thank Thank you. We've come out of close for our last item. It was 12.5. We have a motion from Deputy Reed Minns. He would like council to direct administration to obtain legal advice as discussed in closed. And if we're ready for that vote, all those in favor? And I see no opposed, which then brings us to, we can adjourn today's meeting at 2:10 PM. Thank you very much.